Bye.
Hi. You should have punched, not bide. What's going on, Remy? Yeah, I will publicate that video now, I guess. I actually meant to do that before I went live today, but... Something about pushing start streaming at about 8 o'clock in the morning was too alluring. I can't even believe that that game exists, to be honest. All right, video's up. I am glad that there was a series of 3 messages in my server about fucking various Mongol tribes. But you know. Okay, now I can actually start the stream proper. So before I went to bed yesterday, I actually managed to get some work done on this thing. Nothing crazy, but it was mostly getting some shit in order related to the player's base, which I'll show in a second. I'm just trying to... find better blends. Okay, so the crux of it was the original version had a much smaller area. I actually still have that reference image, I think. Maybe. Yeah. No. This is the old reference image. Apparently I don't have the one that I just took the other day. But I'm pretty sure I have the old map somewhere. I made a copy of it. Well, it has fucked up tiles, but bottom line is it was the cliff itself was much smaller. Right? So now we've pushed that out and added a ramp that leads into this area. Idea being, as a player, you could expect some backdoors. I think it fits fine. I am concerned that maybe this should be pushed in further, or pushed out further, rather. Something like this, maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe that's fine. We could do something like this. I'll probably end up adding more decoration for that area in general later on. Okay.
Act of you, actually.
What's up? How are you? Sounds like you're having a good time. Oh, I did try it like the very first time that I suggested that I could do it, and I realized it's a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. Because I was thinking I could rely mostly on palette swaps, but the UI is mostly like grays, and so it doesn't actually get affected by hue sat. So, or not to the extent you would want anyway. The way that it's affected is just silly. So. I would say that's probably going to end up being a DF thing. Unless you can give me some art that looks the part from your perspective, I might be able to try and combine it all. Into one conglomerate. Conglomerate. Hell yeah. So why are you degenerating? Yeah, I know. I'm saying if you go and find some UI that, or some, even shit that's not necessarily UI, but that looks like what you would want the console to look like. The art style, some reference. I might be able to just take the pieces of whatever you're suggesting and scrap cobble them into something. But at the very least, I can work with that better than just some vague idea that you wanted a golder version of the console. If that's all you want, I can't help you because I have no idea how to make a gold version of the console. So, but if you send me some sample art from other sources, other artists, that tickles your fancy and seems to be fitting the job, or would do the job anyway, I can use that, potentially. Yeah, that won't work as a console, though. It's too busy. IMO. I guess I can use that if that's what your reference is. Wasn't there some... Here it is. Sort of. Yeah, but I'm not an artist, so I can't actually generate something that's not a one-to-one copy. Which is kind of the whole problem here. But I'll see what I can do from that. If you want to resend me that in DMs or whatever, I'll take a look. I don't know if it'll be this stream. I do have to process some shit from iquare, though. I told him I would do it like last week or something. Oh no, I told him I would do them today, actually, so that's fine. We're on track. Though I don't remember what graphics he wanted. Why is Dawn named Soy Commander? Alright. I have no idea what graphics he wanted from me. So now I've got to go and figure that out by process of elimination. I think he needed tank. There was some fire unit, but I don't remember what it was. Probably the incinerator. Oh, okay. Tank, incinerator, and dominator. Alright, well, we'll do the tank first. $98. Oops. I have no idea what that unit is supposed to be. Is this real? Is this a real unit? I don't know if this is real. What the fuck? Why? Die, Minator. Oh yeah, forgot about that. All right. While that's running, I'll be right back. Hi. I am back. I am Speed. Starting to get warm here in America. Pretty exciting. I think in general I prefer colder temperature, but I also really like the sun. So you get that whole like seasonal depression thing. What kind of lunatic old version of myself set an alarm for 8:30 of all fucking times? I'm amazed I woke up at all. My first alarm was supposed to be for 6, and it was set for 9. And that one was supposed to be for 7, and it was set for 8:30. Also known as Epic. Although I will say the first hour of my day was pretty fucking productive, honestly. Managed to... Well, I showered, I went to the no, not the bathroom. Laundry room. And grabbed all my laundry out of the dryer and folded it. And put it away. And... I brushed my teeth. I had breakfast. I did the dishes. It's pretty good. Pretty good stuff. Nice when your day just starts out like that. I do have like a sore muscle where I slept wrong on my arm or something. That's been bugging me for like 2 days now. Well, yesterday and today. And I decided as I was going to bed yesterday that I would have this window to my right open. And for whatever reason, my mother really hates that the blinds are open. It's like they're not even or something. Not the blinds, the curtains. When they're drawn open like that. She despises it. So when I came out of the shower this morning, they had been reset. And I was like, wow, wonder what happened there. We all know what happened. You know, you let a woman into your life, she just starts fucking everything up. What happened here? I'm not quite sure why we need that in the first place. Like, why can't we just... Oops. It looks like we can there, but there might be some other way where that's fucked up. There's like a couple areas where that seems to have been incorrect. I'm not quite sure why, though. But whatever. Alright. So I guess we'll just do these in alphabetical order. Now that they're processed, I have to manually resave over them, and then after that I gotta team color them. So I'll be playing Battle Realms today as well. My plan is to hit the gym after this, and then stream Battle Realms, and then do a Counter-Strike video. Or two, if I have the time. And that'll be my day today. Then we go back to the just Modstream days of Thursday and Friday. Although, I'm working early for both of those days. So I should have some time after work to do more other videos in general, like a Dadcaw CSGO video. Might do a Hydra analysis video from one of Connor's playthroughs. If I see something that I like there. But after I'm done processing these images for iquare, I'll be going back to work on the... I think I'll start working on the AI, like, base layouts or whatever for this Inconsummate map. fear my orb. The orb of power. Sometimes I think it would be better to just delete the special bus. Or make it its own server or something that I have nothing to do with. What's up, Guapissimo Pro? How are you? I have no idea how to say your name. I know you've been here before, so you probably heard me say that the first time. But I hope you're doing well anyway. I think we're almost done with these. Looks to be the case. I have to do so much work on this shit just for the sake of... I guess. That one actually seems pretty safe to replace, believe it or not. But yeah, I have to do a lot of work on this asset just to get its team color fixed, which is pretty frustrating. What's up, Soy? Sounds like you're having a good time. I guess the good thing about this asset is I can pretty much just paint whatever it is I want. And then copy it over. Oh. Yeah, that's quite the insane graphic, I will say. This is the process for making them work with Starcraft. I mean, most of the process I've automated by this point, but biggest issue is fixing team color where necessary. And as you can see, there's more issues than you might expect. Very time consuming and not very engaging work. But it must be done. So it gets done, I guess. I suppose. But considering how much time this one graphic is going to take me, I may hold off on doing the others until another day. This was more annoying than I expected it to be. Like, in theory, it could go in just fine. It's just it won't look right if I don't correct the team color. Like, this is corrected, and the rest of it has all these holes in it because of the palette, right? So I basically have to just go in and fix that. Now, fixing each individual frame is not actually too bad, but... it's when you try to, do a little more than that. It's mostly like copying and pasting. Oops. How many do I actually have to do? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 7 more for the main thing. What I probably have to do over here is basically redo the... Just manually paint it over in this area. I think that'll be all I have to do, but I'm not sure. Yeah, so Starcraft's engine reads the purple color here. The different shades. So I have it in my other monitor, which you guys can't see, but basically it's sorted from brightest to darkest, and this is mapped onto by the player colors. So every player color is 8 different colors, and they're all mapped onto, like, in the order that you make the player color, that's what you get. That's how this works in. So when I'm painting the brightest pixel onto this, the brightest pixel of whatever color that the player who owns the unit is in-game will replace the brightest pink pixel in this case. So that's where the... that's why it's important to do this, basically. Alright. Now, the most difficult part for me is actually making sure that my initial paint job looks good, because I am very much not an artist, so... I basically just try to map whatever color is I'm going to pick to, like, what we got as far as, like, whatever the base tone is what I want to replicate. So I try not to have there be a huge difference in the player color pixel in terms of its depth or its how dark it is or whatever. I try not to have that be too distinct from whatever I'm painting over. If possible. It's possible to change the list and then use a plugin. Well, you have to use a plugin to change the list anyway. But it's possible to code in something that will change the starting units and all that stuff depending on what list item you pick, and it is possible to add new things to the list, but it's not like through the editor or anything. You can't really fuck around with that stuff through the editor. That's an example of a definitive limitation of the engine. The engine is very limited. It's just that the game itself is the best balanced RTS, the most mechanically solid RTS. And so you kind of put up with the flaws so that you can take advantage of the good things that it has, in essence. A bigger issue than adding new races is just adding enough units to have a solid set of races. So, the game engine basically allows you no modifications. The way that you end up having modifications is mostly through writing your own C++ code or whatever to support stuff like that. I'm probably missing a lot of spots where there should be certain tones, but I think that'll do for now. This is going to be thrown out when we have a suitable custom model for it anyway, so this is... Worst case scenario, it ships like this, basically, for the, whatever unit iquare is trying to make this into. Alright. Only 4 more sets to go? Is that right? Yeah. Then we gotta do it all over again for the southern part, but then we're done. What's up, Doodle Stop? Yeah, right now I'm taking an like a graphic from another game and making it work with Starcraft's engine, basically. But right now I'm painting spots where there's going to be team color. I say painting very loosely. I am very much not an artist. But we're trying our best here. Well, it is pixel art, yeah. I just... Unfortunately, I'm not skilled enough to feel very competent in this domain. Thankfully, eventually we're planning on getting our own like custom models done by somebody who is actually a bona fide artist. But until that point... we're basically making placeholders, if you will. So I'm not doing a crazy amount of work on this, or I'm not super concerned with the fine-tuned visuals. Otherwise, I would go in and fix a lot of stuff. But like, I would manually adjust the brightness in different frames depending on if it's like shooting something or whatever. Yeah, for sure. Alright, I clearly have to restart Photoshop because it is taking 8 years to do anything. Nice memory leak. Gotta get my palette and my French hat. Another thing that's an interesting diatribe, if you ever want to run down a rabbit hole, you can imagine yourself as a designer of a certain faction or a tech tree or whatever in an RTS sense, right? And then you're like, well, what kind of units do I want in this faction? And if you don't have like a visual mock-up, like a representation of what that unit's going to be, some sort of concept art, it's very difficult actually to come up with things that you can do. Also, what am I even looking at? Why is it like that? Anyway, yeah. If you don't have some sort of visual representation of whatever it is your unit is supposed to be, it's surprisingly challenging to come up with an actual combat role for it, and to conceive of what you actually want. So, like, even placeholders, I find significantly control some element of your creative process. Or if you don't have placeholders, you could be as good as fucked. You're trying to make something. Right. So you got that magic touch. You don't want to see some of my sketches that I've done. I've even warned the guy who does the artwork for me. I'm like, I'm going to send you some concept art later, but you shouldn't use your eyes to look at it. You know what I mean? It's pretty epic, man. It's just like a bunch of boxes, basically. Poorly drawn boxes. Some arrows. I think if I was actually on paper instead of in Photoshop, I would be able to do better. I guess that's why people have tablets, though. They're like... it's more like drawing on a piece of paper. I thought about investing in one of those a while ago, but don't have the cash for it. Yeah, I'm vaguely aware of that there's cheap ones. I just don't know what would actually be a long-lasting one, you know what I mean? I mean, it wouldn't see use outside of these streams, I guess, so it's not like I would be carrying it around necessarily, but... Half the hardware that I use outside of PC hardware seems like it's just built to fail anyway, so I try not to cheap out whenever possible. Oh, cool. Yeah, I figure whatever the most fragile failure point is, that's the one that you gotta watch out for. What a bizarre set of team color. So you play a lot of RTS games, play Starcraft or whatever? I think I'm pretty much the only person who ever streams Starcraft on Mixer. I don't know. I never see anybody in the when I do look, but I'm not looking when I'm streaming, so who knows? Well, I figure you do digital art because of what we're talking about, but I wasn't sure if you also had popped into the stream at first because you were a Starcraft fan. Oh, there you go. Well, I try, man. I mostly, honestly, I use these streams as a way to, like, keep myself accountable. I find that I'm not as efficient with my time if I'm not streaming. For whatever reason. I used to record developer sessions of stuff, like basically what I'm doing now, but it would be recorded. And I wouldn't upload them anywhere, but I would at least have them, you know? And for whatever reason, I found that that's better than not doing anything, because you want to be able to, like, document your thoughts on whatever you're doing, but for some reason, I didn't get very far if I wasn't streaming or recording. I would use some of the hours that I was dedicating. I was like sitting down and saying, I'm going to work on this for like 2 hours. But then I'd get like distracted or something. It's just doesn't ever go the way that you think it will. So, pretty useful for me. Okay. Oh, I forgot to fix the whatever that color is. There we go. Oh, wait. I fixed it on one side, but not the other. I see what happened there. I like how there's not even like an initialization to this firing animation. It's just, okay, I'm going now. Bye. Suddenly a giant orb of plasma. It's like a mushroom cloud of plasma. Or whatever the hell this unit is supposed to be. Well, the remaster killed a lot of the action for custom content because everybody plays on the updated, well, most people end up playing on the updated version, and the updated version doesn't support as much modding as we would like it to. So, if you're interested in high-quality single-player or multiplayer conversions or anything like that, well, for one, I don't think Starcraft is your game anyway, because most people end up making gimmick micro stuff, but even if you're looking past that, what you end up dealing with generally is nobody really wants to play them with you. Which is kind of sad because I've dedicated the last little bit of my time to exploring co-op content, because I think that there's a lot to explore there. And all my stuff only works on the older version of the game because that one is the one that supports custom content, so... Blizzard is not really good with the whole remaster thing. People kind of get that from the Reforged fiasco, but... The Starcraft remaster was more or less the same level of incompetence. It affected a much smaller community. Warcraft 3 still had, like... much more players, many more players than Starcraft did, so that affected a lot of people. No, Blizzard's been shit in the bed for a while before the Activision merger. That is a common line of rhetoric, but Even if it were true, it was Blizzard's decision to get in bed, so as far as I'm concerned, they're still responsible. But it is what it is. Just means that modders and enthusiasts have to pick up the slack as usual, unfortunately. It's pretty customary that that ends up happening in these... Like, when it comes to old games in general, I guess. But yeah, ever since they started re-releasing their old content, their reputation has fallen even lower than it did after the whole Hong Kong thing. Just been drama after drama after drama with this company. It's pretty out there, man. Pretty wild. Alright, I think we're on the right track here. Almost done. 4 more sets, I think. Photoshop's starting to memory leak again, so I better skedaddle. Well, the old games are attracting people, but these developers don't know why they're attracting people. They just know that it's happening. So you get a lot of cargo cult shit where they're like, I think this is what they want. Or you just get Blizzard where they completely mishandle the situation and just scratch their heads when shit goes completely south. Yeah, I'm responding to the guy on the YouTube chat. As far as Photoshop goes, how? It's just lagging. Just after a certain time, when I have a document open, if it's a big enough one, it'll start memory leaking. Which means it takes longer just to change my palette or change the selected color that I have or whatever. Do basic tasks. Because this program was feature complete in 2002 or something, and since then they've just bloated it. Like Visual Studio is another good example of that behavior. Yeah, it's pretty high, I think. I've got pretty high RAM as well. Apparently I let it in use half of my RAM, or over half of my RAM. I'll let it use 69%, see what happens. There's no it made no change, but there's no reason why it should need that much RAM anyway. It's just bloat. I don't even have a very large document open. It's 460 kilobytes. Like, come on. Wake up. Yeah, and the stream's pretty low quality, so... In terms of its encode settings, nothing crazy. It's just modern software, if I can speak. Surftware. It's an indexed image too, so it's not even like there are different layers that it's working with. I really have no explanation for it. I guess it could be my history, because I have my history set to some insane number of saved shit, but... No. CPU. Though my GPU is only a Radeon 580. It's pretty high-end back in... I don't remember when I bought it. A couple years ago, but... should still be fine for this. It's alright. After this, we only have one more set to do, and then we're out of here. Back to working on a map. I'm using GPU, yeah. For Photoshop. Like I said, it's probably just my history being... too much. But Photoshop also just does actually memory leak, so... just probably not responsible entirely for what I'm experiencing. Wow, You'll see stuff like this a lot in software in general because software has basically been propped up by hardware for a long time, so people think that things are running faster, but it's just that hardware is getting better and better. But that's not going to keep happening, so companies will actually have to start programming again. Hopefully they still can. It's like the old, you know, we're talking about games earlier in the games industry earlier. That's another big thing that they have going wrong, is their inability to optimize a game. Okay, done this. How many frames are in here? 119. We're almost done. Actually. Just gotta pull out all those frames. I guess this would be a vertical shadow. It's a unit that's pretty low to the ground, so that's what I would guess. This is definitely going to take a while. That's okay. Go back to this map. Where's my... Where is it? Here's my man. Is that like a Python tool or something? Oh, I don't even know what tile mapping is. It sounds potentially useful. All right. Seamlessly joining dozens of individually requested image or vector data files. This looks like it's more about the web thing, the browser thing. I was looking for some explanation of what a tile map actually is. Now that I have some sunlight in here from my open window, holy shit, there's dust everywhere. I gotta wash this table. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like if you had all of the images or whatever. It's not a. It wasn't a sheet. So what you didn't see before I got in here is that they were all individual files. I sorted them into a GRP format, which is the graphics format for Starcraft, and then I exported it as a sheet, which is what you saw here. But this sheet was on. It's a really stupid fucking story, but basically this program that's previewing the images right here that I just accidentally minimized everything to look at, which is not what I wanted to do, idiot moron. So this program right here is basically it's made in Python. It has a nifty feature where you can export it in that same format that I was showing you earlier, where they're in a row for each different frame. Like each different frame of its animation is its own set in a row like this. But this program, if you save a GRP with this program, it basically fucks over a lot of random colors. It's like there's artifacts that get created over it. So instead of using that, I have to export it. You can't really see it in that sense, but I basically have to export it in a different format after the fact. So I only use that because it's easier for me to edit in Photoshop, but if I save it in that format with this program, it'll break. So I have to use two different programs, which is why I was doing that. But the sprite sheet didn't exist, but like it's not like I just grabbed a sprite sheet and edited it. I actually had to sort them into that. So if you want to have access to the whole thing, they're not in this format at all. That's part of the conversion aspect of it all. I think this is uploaded somewhere already. I can ask for a link to it. I mean, I can just zip this and send it to you. But it's not in a sheet, so... Hopefully that link works. Yeah, thank you for looking into it. I appreciate that. I forget what color I decided on for... Hello, Samson. Never. Every time you come in here, you ask me about something like that. When are you gonna make a defense map? Oh, it hates bitmaps. No, it exports them in indexed BMP. You might have to batch export them with Photoshop into a PNG or something. Yeah, something like that. It's an indexed BMP so that it preserves the palette. Yeah, but PNG has no... You can't import it into Starcraft. You can't convert it into a Starcraft format from PNG. You have to convert it into something else and then convert it into a Starcraft format. So that's why we have it that way. I can't wait until we get all new cliffs, all new water. It'd be great. Some Korean guy made a version of the third map of my campaign, of the old Inconsummate, where you played as Goska, who had 5,000 HP or something. Like, he wanted to make it so that there was no mod, for whatever reason. And he made it so that Goska had 5k HP. And I think that's basically an RPG. So, there you go. Some Korean guys got your number, man. What a lunatic. Well, what happened with me is, at first I was like, oh, this is great. I'm adding so many new tiles. Isn't this excellent? And then I realized that all of this shit should have been in the game to begin with. And I just got more angry. So I had to stop thinking about it. Because it's like, what the fuck? Why is it that I can only put trees on grass? Do these people even look at the environment? Don't they care about the environment? How dare you? So, in short, I also wish that. To say nothing else. Although it is kind of funny, most of the ramps that you see, like the reverse ramps were made by somebody else, but the front-facing ramps, the normal ones, right? The normal angle ones, I just took like all of those blends that people made for their RPGs, funnily enough, and I just like photoshopped them so that they actually fit, and there was no terrain block. That was all I did. Didn't take that long, actually. Right, yeah. Oh, it's pretty nice. I just released a map recently out of the other project that I'm working on that has, I'll show you, some tile porn. So this is not only stacked high structure, but also in the jungle tile set. You got some asphalt ramps here made by a man. Not me, somebody else. Pretty cool. Asphalt in the jungle tile set, grass in the jungle tile set. Stacked cliffs, all sorts of shit, man. It's great. Reverse asphalt ramp, or reverse structure ramp, rather. It's excellent. Big fan. So. That's what the first Zerg mission of the original campaign looks like now. Yeah, not like the Blizzard ones. Don't even look at the Blizzard ones. I still can't believe they shipped those. Holy shit. When I first saw those, I thought it was like a joke. I'm not kidding. I actually thought that was like an April Fool's prank or something. Man. Really have to manage your expectations. Nice remaster. Isn't it true that they're the pathing flags or height flags or there's some gameplay element that's fucked too about those ramps? All sorts of shit, man. Thankfully, I have a man working with me, and he does it all. Oh, that's embarrassing. Really? No. I did remember some insane shit happening in the early game where I guess they like they added JSON to the like .json, that file extension. They added that to the maps and they injected the ramps into the maps. And so you were getting some bug where a ramp would just appear randomly on a cliff but be unpassable. Like the image was there and it looked like it was just stuck inside a cliff. Like it literally looked like if I took a ramp, doodad. Well, I don't know where one is. Hold on. It looked like this. It was like that, but in a melee map. It just was there. And so, like somebody was streaming it or something. He was like, "What the fuck?" And you couldn't walk on it because it was just an image. It was like somebody photoshopped it in instead of being a real thing. That was like one of the first things I saw from the remaster. So like 2017, I guess, late 2017 probably. But that was psychotic. I just don't understand how they keep getting away with it. How does it keep happening? I guess I'll put this over here. Don't tell me that. Give it a different file extension. All this talk about custom tiles reminds me I do need to grab the... there's a couple of things of art that I need to do for this map. I might as well do it now. What's up, Connor? Welcome. Pretty good so far. I converted a unit for iquare, worked on the layout for this map, started to organize the folder structure and get some files done and all that. And now it's just down to, I'm going to be making some new doodads momentarily. So we'll do... call this ruins doodad. Oh, wait. Do it that way. This already exists in dirt. I think it's probably better to convert all of it now and worry about the rest later on. What I'll do is for whatever already exists, like, actually, maybe that's something I can do to plan ahead for, is I can swap this stuff over here, right? Doodads. So these two already exist in dirt, and this already exists in dirt. This already exists in high dirt, but I don't really see a way around that one. Maybe I do. Move this stuff over here. And then pull one of these. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So how's your day going anyway? Having any fun? Nice. Yeah, I know what you mean about that anyway. Today I was like, I got up right at 7. I was like, hell yeah. Now, obviously I want to be getting up at 6, but 7's not too far away from 6. And I was able to pretty comfortably get up, and I did some laundry. Well, I had done laundry yesterday, so I folded it today. I showered, brushed my teeth, did the dishes, all sorts of stuff. That was just in the first hour. Had some eggs. Now here I am. Pretty good. My humble opinion. I wonder if these sprites have any shadow associated with them or if they paint them all down. Because I'm seeing a lot of painted shadows in this. So... Oh, it might not have been painted, but it's baked lighting anyway. We'll finally have this pipe on dirt, as well as other locations. This pole. Do our rough pass now and go back over it again later. Just, I don't know, regular eggs? Are you talking about how I cooked them? I think they were, I think you call it like sunny side up or whatever they call it. Nothing crazy. And I think all I had was sausage links with them, and then after that I had like a banana. That was my post-breakfast snack. It's pretty good. But whenever I talk about eating eggs, I just want more eggs, so... maybe that'll be my lunch. I did clean the pan. It is a possibility. Yeah, that's true. I'm going to do it one map at a time. I just know that this is going to be something that I need for later. I might not even finish this because, like, right now. It might be something that I like just do the masking for it and tackle the rest later. Because I've already spent a fair bit of time in Photoshop today. So... but we'll see. I mostly just want to use these pyramid architecture structures on dirt and other tiles, so that's where most of the motivation to do this came from. I can already tell this one's going to be annoying to do, though. There's not very much definition for when it starts and the subtile ends and vice versa, so... I may end up working on the terrain or something of some of the other maps later on before the AI is 100% final. But I'm gonna have to, like, I'm gonna have trial run voice acting and first draft, well, a couple of, it won't be the very first draft that I do the voice acting for, but it'll be an early draft of the script as well. I'll do all that stuff and we'll go from there. But basically, like, have a draft of the map ready that I'll test off stream. So once I'm done with this, there's only one more doodad, right? Just this Templar statue thing. Oh, I guess I didn't fully do the temple. Whatever. I've done that for the dirt tile set already anyway. This guy's got big hands. Better watch out. This guy might be a thigh squeezer. I have no idea where the subtile starts in that area. to do some grass unmasking later. I'm actually not sure. Like, I wait until the script is finished and completely done. Like, all of the maps are done and I got everything in order. That way, like, when I did Inconsummate, obviously I didn't do that, right? Because the other maps weren't done when I first got the voice acting. So I had to do, like, multiple rounds of payment, basically. It's, for those people were paid actors and actresses. Not that they got paid a lot. But. Enough for it to be worthwhile for them. And they got to put something Starcraft related on their resume. Which, despite the fact that it's obviously a fan-made product and not affiliated with the main company in any way, people will see StarCraft and think, oh yeah, that's a vaguely big game. So, surprisingly worthwhile for amateurs. Alright, we've got our mask. What I'll probably end up doing for that is, if I had to guess, I would want to do... unpaid voice actors that I would just coach for the job. I'll probably grab people from here. But we'll see what I end up doing there. All right. Well, it's already starting to come together. So that's exciting. I'm sure it'll look radically different in other tiles, but we only need dirt right now. This one in particular came out pretty nice, I think. Which is good because it's the one that I wanted. This one is very clearly going to require some more effort by comparison. Store some of the mask around it. Have a bit of like a fade transition in, and then I can paint some more hard details to make it look a bit more respectable. Stuff like that. Let's see. By the way, that Battle Realms game that I played yesterday, absolutely insane. Incredibly crazy. Can't believe it's real. Alright, well those ones at least are good. I think those are final-ish. What's up, Consti? I say Battle Realms and you appear. I am still playing it later on today. I just have to, I'll play it a little bit earlier too, so hopefully you don't have to, you don't get destroyed by your family. I'm just going to reduce the difficulty from hard to normal because it seems like the biggest culprit there, the biggest thing that they do there is they just like rebuild a lot. And it just makes it really, really annoying to slowly slog through. Because, like, I've effectively won a few maps like that, and the playtime is extended by quite a bit of time. Just because I can't keep up with all their rebuilding. I wonder how Dynamo's doing in his new Corona Empire. Well, they're not really intelligent. They just keep suiciding armies against me all the time. But unless there's a way that I'm not aware of to increase your population limit, I can't actually defend and attack at the same time. And I can't even attack with enough of a force to completely annihilate them either, so it's pretty frustrating. If only this could just be part of the editor, what I'm doing right now. Should be able to be. In a perfect world. That looks alright, I think. Try it out in game later. Perspective's a bit off, but I think that's the base issue. Yeah, that's really dumb. The opposite of what I was hoping for. Yeah, trainers. I forgot about those. An elaborate term for cheats. All right. I think we're good there. Good fucking luck making a shadow out of that one, though. Jeepers. All right. Okay. I guess what I should probably do is grab the Temple of Todd one, actually. Although it does have frogs, so maybe it's not entirely the best. It's fine. A table? I wouldn't use a trainer or anything like that. Anything external from for a playthrough anyway, but I appreciate you looking into it. Alright, so try importing this. Ah, shit. This one has the old dirt. Gotta fix that. Very cool. I guess their shadow was a bit more defined than mine was. The subtile seems to be fucked up, though. Maybe not. No. Never mind. Seems fine. That's just normal lard. Alright, well. Fuck that one then. Can't believe they didn't clean up the meat spin. Nice. It doesn't seem like a very fun idea, that's for sure. Sounds like a shit proposition. Micro missions. Why is this so difficult for me to do? There we go. If I can get it right just once, I can then copy paste it everywhere else. See you later, Connor. Thanks for hanging out. Oh. They did the same thing I did. Which is odd. All things considered. They were actually more restrictive with their pathing. Which is weird. You'd think you'd be able to walk underneath those sprites, but I guess not. You shall not pass. I can't believe this is real. Oh no. Someone's playing with the BattleNet anniversary thing HUD. That's disgusting. Don't do that. Don't be that guy. Oh no, not Man Against Rust. Rust is probably worth voiding somebody over. So yeah, I can agree with that. This is a remake, Raw Flesh. The original one sucked, and I still have there's a small chance that I eventually go out and make new versions of stuff. So that is because let me see here. I have it set to ultra low latency in my stream options. You might be able to refresh the YouTube stream and then skip ahead a little bit by doing so. It might also be related to your internet connection. The low latency stuff can only be used if you have a really a high-speed internet connection. Otherwise, YouTube is pretty bad about stuff like that. So basically everything iquare is saying. Voice acting was not as good as I could make it now, and I could have also done better at that moment as well. Gameplay could have been more fair with the way that it challenged you, and certainly more challenging. I mean, the number of things that could have been better are pretty astronomical, to be honest. And those things will improve. We're listening to some Kenyan music right now, just so you guys know. You must be testing delay. It is pretty tough on YouTube if you don't have, like a, whatever they call it. Like I said, I think it's mostly based on your internet connection. I can't wait to have this map operational, man. Oh, I've already been streaming for 3 hours. That's crazy. On that note, I will take a quick break. I'm going to come back and smash out some base layouts, try to figure out what my strategy is for the raiders. And also, I want to finish... I'm basically, like, on my other monitor, I have my notepad, and I'm writing out the AI that I'm going to... the players that are going to be available in the various missions. I'm not sure if it's going to be a 2v2 or a 2v3 in the second map. I think what will probably happen is it'll be a 2v2 to start, and then somebody will arrive as reinforcements. Probably Elganor, again. He's always slow to arrive. And maybe his arrival, like, if you end up dismantling him super early on before he can warp in a lot of forces, like, basically you could be rewarded by having him take longer to arrive if you destroy him quicker in the first mission or something. I might do something like that with bank data. We'll see. I like the idea of small, subtle things like that changing how things work out in the later missions. So we have... These mission titles are also to be determined. I may change them. Try some of these other wild colors. Colors are also to be determined. Trying to think of what the various colors might end up being for the Protoss. I don't even remember what the colors were in the original game, but I don't think it's super important to mirror that anyway. I think we can do something like... I know it was red and blue in the first Inconsummate map, but... we already have a yellow. Probably shouldn't do anything too similar to the yellow. Maybe we could do salmon. And Phoenix can be an off-red. Let's take a look at what our color list tells us. Salmon probably won't work out then. The player's in the later map, so definitely not something I need right this second. We'll try... Winkle... Maybe we should do something like... We'll leave it at dark coral. I do want an off-red, but I may end up doing something a bit more... Maybe the redwood. Try that one. The harvest is going to be a bit of a heel turn, I think. It'd be pretty neat. Oh yeah, I should do that. Sunglow is a pretty good color for them, I think, in general. Man, that's... I should do this, I think. This is pretty ridiculous to try to compare those two. My main concern is that it will be too similar to Chestnut, though. Yeah. Almost certainly too similar to Chestnut. I'll have to pick some other colors that are similar then. Well, they're not going to appear, like, as a new faction. It's more like, the Dark Templar character is going to be leading High Templar, or like Conclave Kala Protoss. The idea being that he'll basically have been responsible for the investigation of the temple grounds where the Cerebrates are. So the inference you're meant to make anyway is that he's the one who killed the Cerebrate that you find in the 4th mission, right? So there's that element to it. What do we got here? Alright, we'll do neon for the other guys. I guess there's a lot of likers, man. What's up, Raw Flesh? See you later, man. Thanks for hanging. Yeah. The Dark Templar are related. Yeah, it's the same character that was speaking, one of the two characters that was speaking in the briefing of To Free the Beast. You'll see obviously when it's all done, you'll see more of it, but trying to find a proper color for CAG. Should be very interesting. I think I used smoky black before, but not quite sure if that's ideal. Yeah, you unliked it somehow. Who knows what's happening there? Oh, I don't think I can use that for Gasca. How very unfortunate. I'm now noticing these preview images don't have the infested Kerrigan graphic. Or the Sarah Kerrigan graphic. Oh well. Well, I guess we'll leave that as smoky black for now. Excuse me. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised at how few players are in some of the maps. It's pretty crazy to me. All right, so let me use the bathroom. I shall return momentarily. We're back. Hope you guys didn't miss me. Might be time to get a new razor. Somebody has asked a question. All right. So aside from filling this out, which is obviously to be determined in terms of what it ends up looking like, I should probably... I doubt it's going to make that much of a difference, but I should probably also get a unit def for Inconsummate. That, because we're gonna end up using different heroes, of course, so Yeah, it didn't take long for us to get into this stage for the first mission, thankfully. I don't know if there's going to be other heroes. I guess there would be like Phoenix and... Oh, I go completely from scratch. The old AI has... It's like if I were to try to use the original Blizzard AI from the campaigns to make Hydra. It's similar in terms of how different they are. The old AI. There's crazy difference. In only 3 years. Alright. Where my Protoss shit at? Phoenix Zod is 77. And we need 75 for the Dark Temple. Okay. I think that's all we need. We do need to do... well, I may end up doing the whole... I forget what it is, but... Oh, I guess Alduris will also be there. I don't know what unit ID that was. 87. I don't think... I guess there is the military... Well, I know one of them is going to be machine consciousness. And one of them is going to be like your human equivalent, basic, like, or Terran equivalent, I guess, like typical kind of space capitalism. Then you're going to get There's going to be a race of humanoid prospectors, where I think the name for them right now is Prospector. Obviously, there's more to that later on, but their whole shtick was going to be something related to being stronger than humans, but more limited in some other way, like just in terms of their biology. I also have I've already scripted out, or not scripted out, but like written down an entire basis for the another one of the races, like how their culture works, where they were not a very prolific people, so they don't have a huge amount of numbers. And what's worse is for a while they were basically killing each other for sport. They're very like warlike, barbaric people, and when they were one of the things that allowed them to eventually innovate enough to get into the space age and start to modernize was they wound up deciding to settle disputes still with combat, but if you actually ended up killing one of your fellow creatures, in this case, one of your somebody of your species, you would be shunned, like turned into an outcast by society, basically, is how they solved that. So you still solve trouble by fighting, but you take trophies. So they have these, they've got like these twin tendrils that go around their chin, I guess. They hang off their face. And when you lose a battle, since they grow back, the punishment for losing is that, the guy gets to take a trophy. He takes one of your tendrils, and basically like uses that, right? So there was something else that is related to them, but basically you could tell how what the age of one of these guys was based on their skin tone. Like their skin actually becomes a bit paler the more that they grow, the older they get, and you could use that combined with how long their tendrils were to determine how old they were and how many battles they had fought in and lost. Because if their tendrils were pretty short, they were growing back from a recent defeat and stuff like that. So I was just thinking of like how to visualize stuff. I think that would be interesting. It of course flies in the face of all laws of biology or whatever. Like I didn't bother looking any of that shit up. I have no idea about that shit. That's not my speciality. I just wanted to make something that seemed interesting. I think I also had the idea of... I had this idea with Church back when Church was still not voided. We came up with... I don't remember who came up with what, when, but... one of the ideas was that there'd be a race of creatures that was essentially enslaved in servitude to a much more intelligent race. And the creatures themselves were not particularly intelligent. They're probably like a little bit more intelligent than orangutans or something. They had the physicality to make stuff. They just didn't have the brains to do it. And these creatures... actually, from the planet that they were in, they were actually underwater aquatic creatures with a lot of intelligence, but no ability to actually make anything with that, because you can't light fire. You can't really build civilization underneath the sea. You don't have any tools to do it. So these sort of like squid-like creatures basically ended up, through one form or another, they were like psionically capable, and they were able to persuade and enslave these lower hominids, if you will, and they were able to make a bunch of shit, like get into space territory and everything. Like they were able to really create some crazy shit. So I really liked the idea of them essentially being these like underwater, like aquatic creatures, right? And they had I thought a lot about what their culture would look like and all sorts of stuff, and the fact that they were powered by slave engines, basically. Pretty neat. So there would be like foot soldiers from this lower hominid race that would be used as their basic infantry and stuff, and they're obviously their laborers. And then you'd get into the less expendable territory with the race that dominated these guys, the race that was responsible for it all. And so yeah, I've had concepts down the years of different races that would work out pretty well and would lend well to an actual organized military that would fit an RTS environment. And I think that's pretty useful, generally speaking. So. Well, 3 or 4 for multiplayer, and the idea is that I would be constantly working on the balance of the races. And I would get testing feedback from the player base and use that to determine, what race in the active pool for multiplayer needs to be updated. Take that one out, update it, and replace it with whatever the community felt like the best, new race was. The best race that wasn't in the pool currently. So the game would probably launch with like 4 races in multiplayer, and I would be adding some as time goes on, in theory. Though I could also just wait until they were all ready to go, and I only just picked from the 4. But the bottom line is, like, until the game is out there and played by a lot of people, you don't actually know what's a strong strategy and what isn't, so... That was a concern for me. Oh yeah, well, that would the pool would only be for ranked play, basically, like the ranked ladder. And then if you wanted to play unranked, you could play any race you want, any race that was actually released, of course. So, yeah, for sure, I'm of the same mind when it comes to that. So, we've done some organization. Looking at the script right now, trying to see if there needs to be any changes. There are 3 scenes in the opening. You'd probably see something like that in my RTS. That's kind of what I imagine, because there's going to be factions in addition to actual races, and there was going to be a faction of prospectors that were like mixed in with the prospector race, and as well as like the human, like pirates or ragtag, militia or whatever. And so they'd basically be like looters and pirates and no goods, and the prospectors would be their labor force, and the humans would be the ones that are more capable of warfare when necessary, right? With the prospectors still being pretty dangerous up and close. So yeah, there'd be some shit there. I actually really want to see that executed well, because I feel like the space junker guys, like the feeling that you kind of get from the opening vanilla cutscene where you get the Terran scavengers basically, and they get obliterated by Protoss. Actually seeing what they do on a day-to-day basis, it could be really interesting. Could be really thematically exciting, I think. And I would love to see that. But of course, baby steps. That's the other thing, is I was planning on opening with lurkers again, but now we also have basilisks. So I don't know if I want to demo basilisks in the early stages or what, but now the other thing that I was thinking about is an upgrade for Stralium, where his deep tunnel ability can carry other units, nearby units, in a very small radius with him. So you just see you'd see Ultralisks burrow down and with him and stuff. Like, some really crazy shit could happen with that ability if you get that upgrade. But I think that could be really neat. I'd like to see that. So we'll have to wait and see if that's feasible. Yeah, I mean, it's just like they're using whatever they can get. I like the fact that it's like a scrap cobble band of rogues and rejects. You know what I mean? I like the theme that imparts in a science fiction environment. I think there's a lot you can do with that. Anyway. Oh, can't do that one there. This is going to be a pretty epic first map. I'm not going to lie to you guys, man. I want to gas this project up as much as possible because I want to make sure that when you guys play it, you're like, holy shit, he wasn't lying. This is really great. It's going to be really great. This is going to be fucking nice. Fucking nice, man. Like, okay hand reactions on Discord, nice. I'm really happy with the first draft of this script anyway. Obviously, there's some things that I still have to write, like some new dialogue events or whatever, but... No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Don't say that. You already are man against rust. You want to be man against lard? I mean, I guess you are always man against lard, but not Warcraft 3 levels of lard. Come on. Yeah. With Warcraft 3, you're basically, like, if they kill a structure and it's far enough away from all other structures that they could be targeting, they just go homo instead of continuing to attack. That happens all the time. I don't know why. I really have no idea why. I couldn't tell you. But it's pretty insane. trying to figure out how to best write this line. I can't really talk about this stuff very liberally, but suffice it to say, I'm trying to figure out how best to phrase the delivery and the arrival of the Protoss with like merging that with whatever has been going on. One of the big struggles with dynamic gameplay is you don't really ever know when the game is going to be, like what the game state is going to be. The player may be just about to win or lose when some event happens, and I can't really control for that in the dialogue, I don't think. So I'm not sure what to make of that really, but here's hoping I don't get banned from YouTube again. Still can't believe that happened yesterday. But for example, there's going to be a line for when you have the Protoss arrive, and then the certain characters are going to be speaking about shit as if the Protoss arrival was going to turn the tide of the battle, in theory, and it certainly could. But the player may have just stymied their attempts. As soon as they spawn, the player might be in position to just kill them. You know, it's really hard to tell. The player could be about to be killed anyway, at which point the Protoss are about to... Like, it doesn't even matter if the Protoss are there. The player could have just about to, killed off the Raiders, at which point... Like, I can't really detect... There's no way for me to detect currently whether or not something is looking good in that sense, I don't think. Like, I don't really have any confidence in anybody's ability to come up with some sort of foolproof detection for something like that, right? So that's one of those things that I'm just going to have to figure out as time goes on. It's like, how would I go about doing that? I hope we can get the height advantage for this campaign. In theory, we should be able to, but we'll see. I don't even remember this guy. Hold on. I gotta take a look at something. Well, I guess it doesn't even matter. This is public information. I think we have a complete script now, actually. I don't see anything wrong with it so far. We have lines for... I mean, I'm going to have to make some contingencies, probably, like... have some different dialogue play for the arrival of the Protoss if the Raiders have already been destroyed. Dialogue that plays when the Protoss are defeated. I don't actually know if I even have that already. Maybe I missed that. Oh yeah, it looks like I never actually had written that. Oh, I did. It's just one line, so obviously I'm going to make that one a little bit more. A little bit more straightforward, I guess. That's fine, I think. Oh, shit. I gotta get out of here. Gotta hit the gym before it's too late and gets too busy over there. What the fuck are we even listening to? Vanta Black. Epic. I think so, yeah. You're probably going to start out with 2 hatcheries on either side of the map. But the map design will be much more like, it's more of an optional thing, in essence. It's not going to be like, oh, you unlock Niduses in this map. You'll have Niduses from the first map, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I just realized I forgot to post in Discord that I was live. Apparently. Oh well. I won't forget tomorrow. So the script that I just wrote is pretty solid for now. There's a couple of lines I'm not feeling too great about, like mostly Strawlium lines. I got to figure out how I want to write his dialogue without him sounding too cheesy. He's going to sound somewhat cheesy anyway, but without him sounding too cheesy. Alright, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. What are the limits of starting units, or rather where starting units end and pre-place brigade begins? Not a bad question. We'll end on that. So, the way that I like to look at it is, there is obviously like, it's a rather blurry line. It's not quite a fine line. Basically, you have a situation where the starting forces of a player require too much immediate attention to take into account. So if I have 5 supply or 6 supply or 10 supply, I know what I have pretty quickly upon looking at it. But if I have more starting forces than can fit in a single screen of Brood War, and it's significantly more than what it is, then that could be problematic. And also if it's spread out across multiple areas, that could also be problematic. I somewhat dealt with this situation in Consummate's first version by having lengthy openers, or some opening cutscenes in many respects. The Harvest is a map where I didn't do this, and you did have a fair bit, but at least it was consolidated in the same area. But if you remember, To Free the Beast had like a 5-minute intro cinematic or something insane. So there's lots of time for you to actually look around your starting force and see, like, take stock of what you actually had. And that was a situation where you were definitely going to be in a position to understand what you actually had, right? And not have to take some time away from your early game just to figure out what you actually have at your disposal. This is a common complaint that I have with a lot of maps that may start me out with that stuff, may start my ally out with that stuff. Because allied units and stuff, they are an asset in a sense as well. There's something that you can use and play around. Even if the AI ally is not that great, you still at least know what they have, and you want to take a look at what they have. So in a lot of Warcraft 3 maps, this is like this. A lot of Starcraft 1 maps is like this. I haven't played too much Starcraft 2 custom content, but most of it's terrible, so I assume if there are AI allies, they probably have a similar pitfall. You have a situation where you don't want to give the player too much to look at immediately, and that is where, like, basically when a player initially starts out the map, are they comfortable just immediately starting to work on stuff? And like, do they need to actually take a lot of time to take stock with what they actually do have? If that's the case, that's a situation where the player has to, if they have to spend time that should be spent with the early game on just figuring out what they actually have, what their assets look like, that's where you've gone too far. So you kind of need testing for that, but a lot of it is down to gut feeling as well. And now for enemies, it's kind of a similar... I try to go by a similar rule. Like if I was an AI, rather if I was playing as the same player that the AI was playing as, if I loaded into their stuff, I should be able to do the similar kind of thing that I'm expecting from them in general. So if I want them to expand, I can't also have them tech up and build up a huge force and I don't like do something. I don't know what else you would do in that situation, but I can't have them do everything because they don't have enough money to do everything, and they probably don't even have enough APM to do everything, right? So like I try to think of what is a reasonable thing to do for a medium to high skill player like myself. I'm more on the medium end of that spectrum, but a medium skill player of my own caliber should be able to do anything that one of my AIs can do in the early game at the very least. And the idea is that the way that they are better than me in theory is by having enough, they're able to outlast me for sure because of the fact that they're AI. They don't have that same limitation that you might expect. So they can maintain their level for longer, whereas I get tired or whatever. So that's where you get into situations where you're basically just trying to do the same thing for the AI. Now, if you do come across certain maps where you are expecting to have more pre-placed units, like somebody commented on the previous Modstream talking about how you have the fifth map, To Free the Beast, takes place in Korshakal, the fortress city of Protoss. So there's going to be, naturally speaking, there's going to be some pre-placed stuff there. And my response to his comment was that you have to take it from the perspective of teams more than players. So I kind of view every team, like every game in terms of teams. So in this case, the team is just one player versus another player to start out with, and then the Protoss arrive in the first map. But in To Free the Beast, the team is like 3 or 4 Protoss players against, I think it's 3 Zerg players. Now it's Goska, Tuzor, and Kag. And then the Protoss players are like the 2 Templar, Aldaris with the Praetorian Guard, and eventually Alganor may arrive later on. I'm not sure about that one yet, but I'm leaving the opportunity for that. And so, in that sense, I don't want the teams to start out with a bunch of shit, because I would want basically any player of that team to be able to look at what their whole team has in under like 30 seconds and be able to say, this is what I have at my disposal. This is what my allies have at their disposal. This is what we together collectively have at our disposal. And this is where we can start planning around that. And that's where we're going to see, like, yes, there will be some pre-play stuff. It's not going to be massive. It's not going to be anywhere close to the pre-play shit that you saw in the original version. Even for that one player, the Cyan Praetorian Guard player that was in the original To Free the Beast, that player will have much less pre-play stuff, but they will be the one that has some pre-play stuff versus others. And I think straddling the line there is that I can have CAG deploy with a large force in the early stages of the game. He'll have the pre-placed stuff for your team, whereas Tuzor and Goska will be new arrivals, if you will. And they will start out with less as a result. Well, the reason why they have the killed Protoss doodads in that map is because they fought a civil war, if you remember. Korshakal is the same place that the Homeland map took place in, I think. And maybe also the other one where you're rescuing Tassadar. But at the very least, I'm pretty sure Homeland took place in that map, in that area. So the idea is that they fought a civil conflict in there. And the Zerg were only there in around Goska's starting location in the original map. That was a deliberate design decision because the idea was that Goska had arrived and barely held on to his early stages and had poked out and tried to do stuff. And that was where you were. Whereas that's why there were some Zerg doodads around his base, but everything else was Protoss. So that was related to that, but yeah. And as far as rescuable units, I think you can have them, but they need to be more dynamic than current rescuable units that just sit there and do nothing. It should be more like in Warcraft 2, they have rescuable AI. I would have something like that where, I mean, ideally they would be actual AI after you rescue them. They just become your allies. But if you wanted them to change ownership to you, then what would have to happen is the units are actually fully fledged combatants and they're trying to survive in certain areas, and you rescue them by walking up to them to take possession. But otherwise they die. So I think in the third mission of Wings of Liberty, this actually happens, where you have some units that are isolated and they get rescued to you. You rescue them by walking over to them, but they're isolated by the Zerg. I think that's a better design decision than the default rescuable behavior where they just sit there and do nothing and they're probably not even attacked or anything. So that would be the way that I would design rescuable units in an RTS, is probably closer to that. A rare example where StarCraft 2 has an okay functional basis for a mechanic. It's just that they use it in a gimmick, obviously, so it's not very compelling. But it is, like, mechanically speaking, that's better than what we see in Brood War. So. Anyway, I think that's going to do it for me today. We'll definitely be back tomorrow for another one of these streams, and in about an hour and a half or so, I'll be back with more Battle Realms, and I'll be playing on the medium difficulty. Hopefully, that's a little bit more tolerable. I probably will be playing for a shorter amount of time, probably like 2-3 hours-ish instead of almost 4, just because I have other things that I have to do today, a CSGO video, and maybe some other stuff. So I will see you guys in about an hour and a half, if you're in there. And yeah, it was the artifact protection mission is what I was referencing. That's why I said I think it was the third map. Anyway, bye!